little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine. This little light of mine. Everybody one at a time. Come to see what's on my mind. Let it shine, let it shine. The framework's on my mind. One pillar at a time. I'm gonna bring it down. The framework shine, let the framework shine. Shine. Da 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 da. It is restitution day. Ah. Well, yesterday was a bad experience. So we've adjusted everything. Peasant. Cigars. Down. Oh, not spawning. Down. There you go. Oh, you out here doing something. I should leave him be. I guess y'all can't let well enough alone. The hell? All our slaves are gone. And we realized that we need more troops down here. So we've been recruiting Holy Nation.
face cam is finally on.
Oh, what's up? What's up? My fault, T. I got my sound things down. About to turn everything on. I ain't expect you to pop in here so fast. Yeah, there you go. Boop, 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 boop. Let me see. Yeah, you see, I'm unprepared. I got my camera on. That's because I was doing something earlier. I had to make a video. So when I do that, my face has to be seen. So you actually caught me in an off guard state. You just let me know my camera is actually on. A good thing. Boy, I would not knew. My camera's off for reasons when I'm streaming. Alright. So, a lot of interesting things. No, don't be sorry. I ain't worried about that. Huh? For what? Oh, come on now, I'm missing the last stream. You are not obligated. I do tell you this. I was on for like 8 hours, bro. Well, not the last one, like the last two. Now that was a long one. I was an 8 hour stream on Saturday. I was snowed in. That was crazy. But yeah, as you see, I'm recruiting Holy Nation people because situation down here has gotten desperate. What was I doing? Something with this character. What was I doing? Oh, trash. Yeah, pardon me. All my bells and whistles is now active. I don't understand on this particular overlay. I have issues. On my other overlays, all my sounds work without me having to do anything to correct them. It's annoying. Well, I'm not losing the fight against the Holy Nation. It's the Shack. The Shack is coming down here being rude. So yeah, this is my teacup. So we have to increase our numbers down here to withstand the attacks that they bring. And we get constantly attacked by the Holy Nation, the Shack, and then random weird attacks from White Eyebrow, Grass Pirates. It's just constant. It's starting to overwhelm my forces. People be injured, hurt, and we can't sometimes withstand it. And I gotta upgrade this gate. I need a stronger gate here. It's gonna change a lot, but I might have to upgrade the entire wall over time. Tisk, tisk, tisk. But I'll work it out. Yeah, but you see, we've been in rapid recruitment mode. My numbers are growing fast. So yeah, and I'm about to build the training facility in my main town. Yeah, everything is growing so much I have to separate certain groups. these are the guards, and I had to separate them from the peasant group here. The numbers was getting too big. Um, I don't know what level I'm going to stop at as far as recruitment, but oh yeah, I'd be wondering like, what the hell is that? Of course, I'll be returning. My camera will be off. Otherwise, you'll end up finding out why I have my camera off so much. I think though T might know. You know what I'm saying? He knows why my camera be off so much. So we had to reassess, and I actually grabbed one of these hideous creatures to be here and help us defend. I swear, giant roaches or water bugs. Ugh. I don't even know what insect this look like. The butt, the abdomen wiggles, and it just when it walks, my stomach. Ha! Don't be telling my business. It's not. It's called anyway. It's called the devil's letters. We don't, and we don't smoke it. We don't inhale. We breathe. Anyway, you coming in here stirring up trouble already. You about to get out. I know that's one of my little favorite emojis. Yep, exactly. See, you getting it. I couldn't put what would be in my hand, so I had to put that. I read. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. A little symbology going on there. Yeah, I had a nice conversation with a friend of mine. I let him read some of my doctrine, and so he had very two interesting. He had an interesting question. He was like, "How do I know that what I'm describing is not ideological, and it's why is it I can't? Why is it not just human nature? Why is it to say that the violence and the stuff that we see going on is not just human nature? It's not. You know, it's ideology that attract to a specific group, and other people have tried it, but none have done it to the extent that the European has. So, you know, we went back and forth about that, and then his next question was, "What was this?" Is a good question too. He was like, "How do I know that the world wasn't already behaving in this manner prior to European colonization and conquest?" And my answer was simple. I said, is if and I'm not blaming the Europeans, not a negative thing. It's an ideology, and they learned it through certain circumstances, and it is what it is. Now, if the European group had encountered another group that was operating in the same ideology, two things would have happened. One, they would have met in the middle, or that other race would have eventually started to conquer Europe, and then they would have ran into each other. Or while Europeans was out colonizing the world, they would have ran into that group, and they would have butted heads. And the Europeans wouldn't have been able to colonize the entire world as they did so easily. Because they kind of took everybody by surprise with the ideology and how it operated. So no one was prepared for it. And that was my answer. And he was just like, ah. I said, you could tell that by how easily they conquered everything. No one operated with that ideology, so no one was able to counteract it because it was just so intricate, and it's so hard to counteract because it's an intricate system the Europeans put together. I have to give them and tip my hats to them. They are very smart for putting it together, and they did it over generations. But lo and behold, it's yeah, the ideology is a raising. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how when I say it's an ideology, it's in the school systems, it's in media, I found it in the what is it? One of the Bibles. the King James version. It's in almost everything. The Romans had it. It's bro. It's so deep. So it's a taught system, and it's so effective that Europeans don't even have to be there. Like they can go to a place, teach one generation the ideology, and then that generation is going to teach it to their generations, and so on and so forth. And that's how good it is. I come at this whole situation from admiration. I've admired the Romans, the Greeks, the Vikings, the Anglo-Saxons, and when they formed England, how they formed England, how they did that. That King, I mean, all of it, all of that story. I admired how all of that came about. So I come at this from admiration and respect. What is this? Hey, buddy. There you go. You look like you need a place to stay. Oh, you hungry? That's your problem? All right. Let me see. Let me see if I can help you with some food. Let me give you a bed to eat. Eat some of this sleep. I can it depends what you want me to explain. Oh shoot, what are you asking? Pardon me. What is this door stuff? You want to know exactly what is it that I'm talking about? It's something that I call European imperialist white supremacist ideology. And that is an acronym. It's EIWSI. It is a system of, all right, you see how racial hierarchy, um, religion, well, now when I started explaining this stuff, you know, my tone is sometimes it needs a lot of work. I don't choose the right words when I'm, what the hell, explaining this, and sometimes I may offend, people that, I'm not trying to be. I kind of put things bluntly when I describe it. So if you're prepared to handle how I explain it, it's not coming from a personal perspective. It's just, it is what it is. So I'll whip it out because it's a I'll try to find it. I have it written down. Quick summary. Do 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 do. All right. I'm gonna give you its definition. The definition will give you, it can give you a basic insight. So here's a formulation that I would like to put it out. I call it EIWSI framework. So I just like to call it the framework, so I don't have to say all of that until I change the name. But right now, I think I'm going to keep the name. The framework is the overarching analytical system used to identify, interpret, and assess European imperialist white supremacist ideology across linguistic, structural, and systemic domains. It has the framework, and then it has the framework's linguistics. So there's a linguistic side and a system side that it tracks. So I'm gonna tell you the linguistic function. The framework, and I call it EIWSIL for linguistics. So I'm gonna say framework L and framework S. So framework L functions as the linguistic detection layer, identifying ideological signals, narrative defensiveness, and rhetorical camouflage. The systems functions as the structural layer, mapping institutional persistence, alliance risks, and system level continuity. And that is the shortest version of the framework and what it is now. And it's still kind of under construction. The systems framework is kind of closed. I'm about to seal that up because I got the counter pillars and that's already set. But the linguistic framework is going to take a little. I can give you more in depth of the linguistics detects language. So how can I can take the conversation that me and you are having now and punch it into my framework, and it will it can decide it can decipher from the conversation we having if you're speaking in what I call the linguistics part of the framework. And I'm not saying you're doing that now, but I'm just giving you an example. So it can, if you punch in conversations, it can tell by responses that people give, and it doesn't matter. I'm just going to say, let's say, a certain people that operate in the ideology, and because it's called European imperialist, whatever, it's not subject to only white people. Many of black people use the ideology. Many of non-whites, many. So it's not. It doesn't matter the race. So it can identify how people speak if they're backing and supporting the system, because believe it or not, we all suffer under this system no matter what color you are. So it's just that the ones at the top benefit and the ones at the bottom don't. So, and we're all going through it. The issue is, and I'm gonna say this uncomfortable truth that I say that gets me into trouble. One of the issue is that, what the hell is this? Europeans have been taught a false sense of reality, and I'm gonna give you an example. I have European friends here in America. They don't think that they're European. When I say that they're European, they be like, "What's a European American?" I'll be like, "Yeah, you know, you're a European American," and they be like, "What's a European American?" I'm like, "You." You know what I'm saying? They're like, "No, I'm not. I'm an American." I'm like, "No, you hail from the continent of Europe. Your ancestry and your lineage, if you track it, you're gonna go all the way back to Europe. That's where your roots is. So that's actually what you are." Um, so Europeans don't understand, and so when I talk like this, I kind of offend. But this is just the truth, and the reason why that is like, all right, Europeans, when they leave the continent of Europe, they're not called a Europe. Let's say when a European migrates to America, he's not called a European American. He's called a German American, or a Russian American, or a Ukrainian American. But when an African migrates to America from Ghana, he is called an African American. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the ones in Germany, the Europeans in Germany, the Americans here don't identify as them. They're like, well, those people over there are crazy, not understanding that y'all all come from the same subgroup. Y'all all from Europe. You know what I mean? So it's just crazy. So the system was. I mean, at the end, right? You are where you born at. You eventually become native to that environment because you was born here. So like I say, the immigrants that came here, when they immigrated here, they was the immigrants. Their children are not immigrants. But they still like me. I was born here. I'm called the African American. How does that work? You understand? So, but that only applies to me, and I was born here, and I have family root going back all the way to the 1800s, but yet I'm called the African American. And when people think of, hey, we're an American, they think of a European. But I was born here, I have lineage here, and I'm called the African American. So if that applies to me, then that also can apply to the Europeans too. So it's all fair. Shooting gallery. Now, at the end of the day, it's not personal. It's just the way the world is set up, and I'm looking at it through that lens. So if I'm an African American born here, and I have my grandparents, my great grandparents, and I can track my history to the 1800s, like the 1809. I got a relative I got in my book, in my family book. So, and I'm an African American today. So, you know, and like I said, it's not the individual European, like the regular people. Y'all didn't do this. Y'all didn't create the system. The system is set up that way. So it's just that I'm on the other side of the system, and European people on another. We are both a part of the. We both see the system, but just from a different side. That's all. And it takes most people with an open mind to like, I'm confusing. Oh yeah, I know. Trust me. When I first started to run into this, I was like, wait a minute. I had to sit and think about it. This is years in culmination of studying. You like, I'm a big fan of Rome. I was a big fan of all of that stuff, so I studied it, and this is a culmination of all of that. I'm like, wait a minute. So wait. This is crazy. And I didn't think about it until I started thinking about myself. Like, wait, I am called an African American today, but I was born here, and it comes to find out that I have Native American ancestry here, so I'm even more rooted here. I'm like, what is it? My tribe, Choctaw Indian. So I'm even more rooted here than, and I had to dig for that. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm called an African American today, and that's what really opened my eyes to everything. Like, wait. Well, that don't make any sense. I've never stepped foot on Africa a day in my life. Me, how am I African American? It makes no sense to me. It confused me. So then that's why I looked at it from I flipped the script. Right? You know what I'm saying? I just flipped it like, wait a minute, let me look at it from the other side. And here we are. But I'm writing it up. I'm gonna publish the book. I thought it was gonna be a simple play, but it seems to be growing into a bigger project than what I anticipated. And when if you was the my cat is having today, if you was to read of this any of this doctrine when I finally publish it and you read it, it's only going to describe things that have happened and things that are presently happening. It's not accusing. Like when I get into debates with a lot of people, like I get into disagreements with, they find themselves into disagreements like this. I'll be describing their actions, and then they won't like how their action sounds, and then they want to argue. So in essence, what they're arguing with is themselves. I'm just explaining what their actions was, and they don't like how it sounds, so then they want to debate me on it, and I'll just be like, you're just debating yourself. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm telling you what your actions was. And that's what the same thing the framework does. It doesn't accuse anyone of anything. It just describes an act, and everything else is reactory, you know? It doesn't accuse anyone of anything. It just measures if it basically it says if human life is weighed for progress to be made, then progress isn't made. So that's basically the premise that it operates on. If humans have to suffer for civilization to exist, then civilization is not civilized at all. And that is basically where it started from. I started questioning if civilization is civilized. Like we say we live in a civilized world, but is the world really civilized if we really look at it? I think that's up for debate. So we're gonna march my armies out and get out of here. A present thing that's happening today that represents the logic, Russia and Ukraine. Um, you know, You know, that place that we can't talk about where you get in trouble if you speak about that situation. It's happening there. Because it's still happening today. The logic is still happening today. And I can just use Russia and Ukraine. You ain't got to go no further than that. But I can give you more. It's a machine that never stops. And, you know, one of the issues is that there are good people, like good European people that have a problem with it, that speak out against these issues and really don't like what's going on in the world, and really don't, and think that treating other people like lesser is unfair. What happens is that the system is already prepared for that. So let me explain. The system is set in place where it allows people to complain about the atrocities going on. If you look historically, abolitionists, all sorts of people spoke out against the system that we live under today, and Europeans did. They fought. They fought. The European populace didn't like a lot of this stuff, and they spoke against it. Now, within the people speaking against it, they put their leaders out there to speak for them. Now, the leaders they put out there end up getting paid, and end up flipping the whole movement and still supporting the agenda. So I say this: if all of the historical efforts to stop this agenda from, or stop the world from turning it to how it is, how it's operating, because as the world was colonized, the regular European people didn't just sit back and allow this. They argued and fought and protested and did all of this, and none of it worked. So the system already is prepared to deal with that. It already expects people to um to cry out against the atrocities, and they know how to basically assimilate that. They send thought leaders out, like example of Tucker Carlson, because Tucker Carlson's a good dude. He means well, but inadvertently he speaks against the system, but and inadvertently he supports the system. So I like with World War II, when they took out they killed the people and they made a show of it, but the ideology still exists today. So, you know, Europeans would be overthrowing each other for years. That's how Europeans in Europe behave. If you look at the Vikings, the English, the all of the Europeans, Anglo-Saxons, the Germans, the bunch of warring tribes, they was always overthrowing each other for who's going to be the leader of dominating everyone else. They never really overthrow the method. They just overthrow who's representing the method. You know what I'm saying? So we can't. It's an intricate system, and the system set up to defend against when Europeans start to have a problem with the system. It's so intricate, bro. It's so crazy. It reacts, and it's reactory, and it shifts and changes as it. Bro, I can go on for hours and break it down. Let's see. It's yes. It's yes. And the system is prepared for that. I'm telling you, like, right, let me example. If everyone was to riot and try to overthrow any, the guy in charge here, they're just going to overthrow him and put in J.D. Vance. It's going to be the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Bro, unfortunately, there's a solution, but most Europeans won't like it. My framework, it has a solution, and it's not. It's just the only. It's the only way to move forward to break from this ideology, and Europeans are not gonna like it. They're gonna find it threatening. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's the only way. I've calculated this, and I've debated it, and I've run it through AI. It's only one way to correct this ideology that runs this entire world. And it's not a violent way. It's no violence involved. It's just that Europeans won't be comfortable. That's just it. Now I'm going to move my armies out. Jobs, passive, hold, click, save. The moment I've been waiting for to go back out. Yeah, I mean, it's a simple. I can tell you that the one of the ways that it, cause I tested it with the alliances historically. Europeans make treaties and they like when the European like boom like I just example I gave you, you're gonna overthrow one European and put another one in place, and that European is gonna put the same system in place to defeat the ideology. And unfortunately, the ideology is embedded into the European populace, and it, it would take a generation or two to break it. So in order to move forward, we would not have to have Europeans can't be in control. They can be in a supporting role, but they cannot be the leaders of the change, because someone among them is going to shift and do. It's just innate. It's just something in the ideology, and Europeans work together. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain. But that right there is the only way, and unfortunately, if Europeans are not in control of most things, they're not really comfortable as a group. Not all, just collectively. It's not individually. I'm talking about collectively, as the entire group. So it's not the individual. I'm pretty sure regular people don't give two shits. It's just collectively. There's a certain group of people in the collective that drives the thought of the collective. And yeah, most collectives of every group is hive-minded. So all groups will work in a hive mind. Europeans are the same, just like every other demographic. So they're getting to a hive mind about things, and once the hive is rolling, it's rolling. So that right there is that's like with Indians, or that's with any race. So that right there is not specific to European. The hive mindset, that once that mind get going and Europeans perceive a threat, and now the hive gets active. And that's how come the world has been formulated, because they got that they work collectively. First they was arguing amongst each other, fighting amongst each other, and then I guess at some point in time they decided, like, you know what, why are we sitting here arguing and beating up on each other? We could take this collective rage and we could point it outwards to the rest of the world. And that's what they did. It is what it is. And they done a marvelous job. I am not gonna lie. I say that in kindness, and I mean that positively and negatively. Done a marvelous job. Yeah, it seems like it, but currently, like I had someone read it, some of my doctrine, or he listens to me explains this, and so he asks me, do I read certain great thinkers from the past, like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad or a couple of other people? And I'm like, no, I haven't. But he says I speak like them, and when I'm trying to, like I said, hive mind. So I look at the world like the Matrix, and I'm gonna give you a description of what I think is going on, because I'm not the only person that speaks this way. I'm just it's happened before. That's why I sound like either Marcus Garvey or the Honorable Elijah Muhammad when sometimes I'm speaking. It's because the system is the same. So the system is producing the same anomaly. Like in the Matrix, if you ever watched the Matrix, they explained it that Neo, he wasn't the first coming. It was multiple versions of him. And the reason why those multiple versions kept coming is because the system remained the same. So it kept creating the same systemic anomaly. So what's happening with me is I'm just an echo of the same systemic anomaly that other people in history was talking about. It's not me. You know what I'm saying? This is not me. I don't even know where this information is coming from or how I'm putting it together. All I just know is that there's a system in place, and Everyone who's multiple people who spoke out against it, and I'm just another echo of that. Of that, because the system is the same, and the only way the anomalies, the systemic anomaly, won't keep popping up like Neo in the Matrix is if the entire system changes. Long as the system keeps on being and playing out, it's going to keep creating the same systemic anomaly. So I can pass away. Like I'm gonna pass away one day, decade, couple of generations later. Someone else is gonna be saying the same thing I'm saying. If this same system is in place, and it don't matter what the color they're gonna be. It could be a white, it could be a European saying the same thing because it's the system, and most people are responding to it. So the system is creating its own issue because of the unfairness of the system. It's going to always create resistance because it's imbalanced. And it always looks at resistance as rebellion. You know what I'm saying? They call them rebels. And it's not rebellion, it's resistance to colonization. Possibly stop many people. Visions are made. Yeah. Nah, don't worry about that. You know, it's the reason, and I have to say, most of us right now suck at spelling is because they got spell check, and we use texting, and we don't have to work as hard to spell. So therefore, you know what I'm saying? Like, why do you got to remember the spelling of a word when you don't really write it? You understand? The technology has helped and hurt us to a degree. That me personally, I think the technology is good, but it's wait, we gotta wait here. I left here without thinking. Oh, we gotta go back. Not the group, just you. Now, the don't get me started on the Bibles and the religion. Man, because religion was one of the weapons used to enact the violence, unspeakable violence. Unspeakable violence was acted in the name of God and of the God, the one we, I doesn't it? Man, that right there is, so like I said, I studied the Crusades, so what I'm doing, I think I kind of was built for this because I studied everything about. I studied European history because the Mediterranean Sea, all of that action with Alexander, I was into starting from Alexander the Great and how he conquered the Persians and all of that followed, and then his death and the breaking up of his empire, and then the rise of the Roman Empire. Well, all of that, I was loving all of it. I wanted to go live in Rome, knowing that most likely because of who I am or my lesser value, I would have been a slave. I would have risked it all still to live in those times because it was a very exciting time. Now that admiration has turned into I'm using the same admiration that, led me to really enjoy the history. It's that same admiration I'm using to put together a framework to destroy it. I'm never gonna look. My friend asked me, he read it, and he was like, this is what you putting together here is something that it's gonna take generations for it to actually take effect. But I explained it to him. I said, brother, I don't even expect this to take effect or even be taken serious in my lifetime because it's such a shock to the system. It's gonna shock the system so much that a time it's going to be read in a generation or two, and then it's going to start, in order for it to be implemented, it's going to take another generation or two. But I'm putting together a blueprint to change this. I don't have the power to do it or the influence, so all I can do is put together the method, and hopefully a wiser person with more influence and whatever can actually do something with it. But I'm just putting it out. The rest is history. Now, religion in total. Ah, me and religion have issues. Get out, P. You can't come in here doing that. Pardon me, my cat wants to be. Get out. Pardon me. Hold on. Let me. She's rude. No, you can't do that. Absolutely. Oh my. Nope. Come in here with talking that Nunya. Absolutely not. Oh, I didn't have to panic and rush here. We did have some food on us, just not a lot. How I got all this meat? Balls? Hmm. And you know, honestly, it's all of this stuff was made confusing on purpose, sir. It confused everything, and it was done on purpose. History was rewritten. A lot of history was purposely changed. Normal people don't do that. You understand? That's not what the hell is. Who is this? Oh, who are you attacking? I'm not an enemy. Oh, okay. What the hell? What's going on over here? Excuse me. Oh, well, we ain't getting in the middle of that. Y'all got that. Buddy, where are we going? Where we kill me with this? Where are we going? Where are we going? No, see, let's do it this way. Yeah, like, what's wrong with you? Let me fix y'all, cause y'all tweaking. We've all been miseducated, sir. Or we've all been lied to. That I would tell you. All races have been lied to. I'll go deeper, but you know, that talking that sort of stuff on the platforms that I'm on multiple. TikTok's already getting after me. You know, TikTok already harassing me. You know, I really don't care though. Yo, I only talk about things as they exist. I don't make up. I try my best not to personalize it, even though I'm human. And sometimes I may fall short of that mark, but I will self-correct if I notice or if I'm told that I'm behaving in person. I try not to personalize none of it because it's not personal. It's just, it is, you know? I wish it wasn't, but it is. So, what is that? Oh, I said, what the hell? Looked like he wasn't moving. But as I see now, it's all right, man. Thank you for stopping by. I'm going to start streaming earlier. I do got to stream during the day. I have to flip a couple of things around. Not really important things, but I got to start streaming earlier. Not just for, you know, people, also for me. Earlier streams would be better. But thank you, man, for stopping by and chitty chatting with me. It's always a pleasure. And when I release this doctrine, I'll let you know. But all I know, I want to change the world, baby. I would love to be to cast the first stone of change, real change, not that fake change that we just switch the mask of who's doing the same BS. No, real effective change. That is like, do you want your children to grow up in this world like this? I'm telling you, there's things going on, and I'm not saying that I understand what's going on, and it's not right. It's incorrect. It needs to be corrected. Everybody's sitting around talking about correcting it, but no one's actually trying to do anything. Everyone's talking about it, you know. We all have to deal with it. What the hell is going on here? I just can't walk around in the world, huh? I gotta whoop on y'all everywhere I go. All right, so let's do this right because I got a team. We're gonna stop right here. Yeah, gonna come to us because y'all savages and heathens. But my archers are able to see, and then let the show begin. Archers, light them up. Alright, let's take the hold off, except for the archers. See, that's the key. Take the hold off, leave the archers in hold so they don't move. They'll just start running around doing janky stuff. We're not in a bodies collecting phase right now. We're on a warpath. I'm mad. We're gonna find a camping spot within that in Oakland's Pride. On the back end, we're gonna find another camping spot in here somewhere, and we're gonna do what we need to do to this fortress. Maybe we need to camp up on this ridge here. I just don't want nothing spawning behind us, but I'm gonna find us a spot where we can do our dirty work. Hey, where you going? Where you going? You're doing too much. This is what I'm talking about. Get back here. Oh, who is that? Really? All right. No, let's hold. He'll come. Y'all sit here, wait for him to come, and he'll come get that work. There we go. Yeah. All right, you get that dude, bro. Yeah, y'all all weak. Yeah, so I'm in rapid recruitment mode, T. You're gonna see at least a group of 200 by the time I need more armies. I need another army. The more, even though it can defend itself, I cannot march the army out because it would be vulnerable. So it needs an army, or at least some semblance of an army that I can actually march out of there to do stuff. And right now, I can't do that. It needs all hands to defend it. So we've been in rapid recruitment mode. And I'm going to form a second army. March it down to the mall because the main city doesn't need as many. There we go. Somebody of note. Always a chef. I'm done with them. It's always the chefs. They're always the strongest warriors. Kidnap. Oh, really? Give me that. Oh. Well, we'll take the food. My bad. Yeah, we'll take all the food. And feed the hungry child. My guys are still shooting. I see bullets flying. Oh, they're still firing away. Oh, okay, about to say. Better not be the boss, the leader struggling with this guy. What the hell? How many of y'all is there? Oh. Huh? Oh, the hell? Bro, are you serious? How you get Shakur? Oh, warrior conscript. Yeah, I don't see. Oh, our turrets, our crossbows did that. Wow, I forgot how dangerous they are. I forget how badly dangerous them crossbows wound people. Knocking out my own troops. Now we gotta carry you to the battle. Is this another one? Oh, about to be like Jesus. All right, let's get ready to attend. Get out of here. We are back on the march. Okay, since I don't wanna go. How much space do we have in the squad? The mall's almost full. We have rapid recruitment mode. And the army is almost full too. Yeah, we're not gonna grab up anybody right now. We'll probably pick up more bodies on the way back. Let me get to my tea. Oh, what the hell? Hell, you get knocked out. Bro, you got on decent armor. Stomach, and you have on chainmail. This gives stomach protection too. How the hell did your stomach get gutted? You're weak. Oh, black dragons. Nothing to worry about. Piece of cake. Piece of cake. Now, on this particular occasion, we want to avoid run-ins with the shack. I've decided it was strategically best to call peace with the shack. Yes, I've declared peace with those heathens. It was in the best interest of my group. Like I said, there's a reason we went into rapid recruitment mode. We're gonna be back at war with the Shek again. It's inevitable. But I had to get them all prepared to deal with them. Oh my God! Did you take off the hold? Like that, food problem is solved. It's not like the way they just be popping up like toast. No respect. Really? You're coming with us. My cat's trying to get in my room to bug me. He want to try to get me out. I ain't with it. Kimchi is on the radar of everyone tonight. Not everyone, but kimchi is booming. The kimchi economy is flowing. Boop 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 boop. Boop 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 boop. Come on, guys. They're making me sleepy. We gotta pick up the pace. And we gotta scout. I should send the. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send the monk. My guys are gonna maybe hang out the fort at Open Shield. And I'm gonna send the exile monk to find us a spot. What is this? Stock presence already always there. What's this? Who is this? We just decided to go attack. They're not that serious, bro. Get over them. Bro, get over them. What you need to do? You just too much. Bro. They're not even interested in you. They don't want to smoke. Oh, yeah. They look like they want to smoke. Dude, you smoking? Bro, if he follows us, he gonna get this work. Cause like, it's him against 30. Like 30 deep we running here, and he's like, I'm gonna take him on. Someone salute that man's bravery. Characters like this I like to recruit. That guy is brave. He would have fought us and got his butt whipped, but he still was down for the cause. Because there's no way he thought he was Eat Man and was gonna beat 30 people. His martial arts is not that good. We're gonna send my boy to scout. I get my caravan on the move soon. I'm thinking about putting that bug thing up. See what I'm talking about? Always under attack. Yeah, hold that. Recruited you. Do that work. Bang. Boom. Ooh. That. Oh. Ooh. Oh. That's what I'm talking about. You all late, dude. He's already knocked out. Alright, we're gonna finish that. Let me help you to the afterlife, baby. Anybody got a book bag? We looking for the book bag holder. Who got the book bag? Huh? Who got the backpack? Who holding? Who holding? Oh, let me help you to the afterlife, baby. Or you look like you might be the one, like Neo. You're not, baby. You're not holding nothing. You've got nothing. Oh, cause shot that leg off. Look at that. Look at that. That's what I like to see. Hello. Thank you. No, why would you do that? Do 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 do. Take no prisoners. Not today. They all die. There's the guy we was looking for. The guy with the backpack. Somebody got a backpack. Somebody got a book bag. We don't care about that. Another one bites the dust. Do, do, do. Another one bites the dust. And, hey, give me that money. I left the last 50 cents. Is there anybody else with a backpack? I forgot we broke. Where's the backpack havers, bro? Come on, man. Maybe it was only one. I don't believe that. It's always two. Here we go. It's always two. Never three. If there was a third, that'd be woes to me. Oh, want none of them to get back up raising issues. There we go. We're all done and finito with. Since I'm not producing bags down here, we steal them. It's starting to get hot. I might be turning my AC on. So I'll put my headphones on. I need some sound. A little air. A little air. A little air for the kid. Oh, we made those. There's some sounds in my ear, baby. Oh, thank you guys on TikTok. I appreciate y'all for hanging out with the kiddo. Everybody on all platforms. Once we get to the fortress here, I'm gonna take my attention away from these guys. He needs to rest up anyway. I think they have a place they can rest. I said I was gonna put them there and do what? Why do I leave them? Is he at? Oh, might be in the perfect spot. Micromanagement. All right, it's gonna be an interesting night tonight. I'm feeling awake. What's up? Oh, the hell. I'm the wrong thing, baby. Wait a minute, doing the wrong thing. Hold on. Sorry, someone at my house. Ah. Dead man walking. Dead man. Dead man walking. Let's look what's going on here. Who is this? Yeah, the other bastard pepper. Slaves. More might be more board bodies for the team. Did say I was sending him to scout. Not to do his job. Yeah, I'm alright. No, the cat was making noise when I'm doing something. You crazy.
I don't know what to do. I want to do that thing. When the money come out on the first, the third.
I be having to explain things so people understand I have their best interest in mind. I just don't be feel like having to overly explain. I'm looking out for them, especially to the person that I'm always looking out for. I'm always looking out for them. I didn't have to explain that if I do or don't do something is because it did not serve their interest. I love my people. We're all of them. Oh boy. Alright, something dumb just happened. I'll be right back. Alright, that was annoying. Back in effect. Irritating. Things around me breaking. Glasses. I got new ones ordered. They haven't arrived yet. They fall off my face sometimes. Irritating. Get loose. Have to tighten them. Well, I got new glasses coming. Finally. Still not 100% done. Crafting. I have not filled up the book. Oh, that cabinet full, baby. Sell it. He gone. What's wrong with him? They might not make it. Oh no, they're gonna make it. Those guys mostly make it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, where the heck is the store? The sandwich store at. What's that? Crap, that. Holy crap, I crap that. He just sucks at everything. Jesus Christ. No pole on. Oh well. Some acid rain protection, right? Back to my army. Seem to be restless. A lot. See? And what we're up against right now. Now our plan is still the same. Find a spot where we can. This is a good spot. I know here is too dangerous. Not doing that again. Maybe we can sit on. No. I think that's where we was at. Where we got ambushed by the Czech. Do that. We'll figure it out as we go. Work in progress. Come up. You want. Camp out begins. Oh, there you go. Hanging out with the enemy. I didn't want to do it to them. I didn't want to kill peasants. Wasn't worth it, Magic Crystal. You know what I mean? He was with his wife. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna do that. Everybody gotta have a little food on them. Can't be it's spiky. I don't know about how long, but I don't think it's a good spot. Oh, oh, he did. Look at all. Oh, goodness, time is it? Time go by so fast. That might be what we was looking for. I'll wait and see some of their Roman squads. Their universe without. We will monitor them. Hopefully they come our way. Exactly what I want. Hey, who's higher change the direction of the Roman squad? Whoa. He did change the direction. Yeah. Where they gone? We can't make them. They look confused, so I'm not gonna. Where they going? They look lost. What does it mean? What's up, bud? What do you want? You're not getting no potatoes. You're not getting no one. Who you begging? Howard. Caution. We know what happened. I go down there and attack. It will spawn a group. Just meandering with the Holy Nation. We ain't really trying to conquer anything at this stage at this particular part right here. We're just patrolling, beating, whooping, gonna capture if we can, whatever's feasible. Taking down some of the numbers in their region. It's a process. Slowly to the destruction of their entire ideology. So, I honestly thought that was the patrol who found me. Disappointed. Alright, let's see. Tripping. Alright, everything's fine. You know what? I need water and I have to run to the store, so I'm gonna take a quick break and I get my boys closer. No, I'll do that right here. Because my pewter like to act really funny. Pewter likes to act really funny. Yeah, I don't do faucet water, ladies and gentlemen. I'd rather get some bottled water and filter it through my filter system before I buy some dog faucet. There's stuff in that faucet you can't filter out. So I'll be right back. All right, ladies and gents, thank you. If you be patient and wait for me to come back, I appreciate it. If you do not, I still appreciate it. We are back. Again with this bullshit. Oh, we're here. It's had a technical difficulty with my TikTok. Very frustrating.
Unfortunately, another fail.
What the hell? Oh, my mic was not working. Turned on. Not working. Not working. Next phase, we're gonna move the caravan back to the mall to collect some more supplies. That's the point of the caravan. Not yet. our businesses done. That's coming from the hand.
Gotta help our people, even though they're not our people.
Let's gonna just let that happen. Yeah, we actually went and stopped and helped strangers. Just didn't want to let them go through that. That was unfair. And it wasn't, they didn't, you know, they would have made it, but they just felt the need to intervene. I did stress we are in rapid recruitment mode. We are recruiting rapidly. Situations in the South have gotten crazy. And because I now know what we're going to go through in the future, I have to prepare for that future. War with the Shek is going to be brutal, and death is going to happen. This is not going to be as easy as a campaign as I thought, taking out the Holy Nation. I thought once we amassed a certain amount of numbers, it would be simple. But the Shek are a problem. I can't take what I want to take the way I want to take it. I want to claim this back country. That's not going to work. Blister Hill, I'm not even going to do that to myself at this stage. I need some supplies from the south, so I'm going to get the caravan moving. They got to do a job to do. It's going to come down this road. It's likely stopping in Military Academy of Pond. Probably stop either there, most likely at the academy. This is too much lights.
Or we may come to Hinge with the caravan, and then from Hinge south through the desert, to here. The hell is that? Fishing nets.
Ladies and gentlemen, fortunately, I am a bit groggy. That's why this particular playthrough is going the way it is. I have to start streaming earlier. That, hopefully that starting. Though I will not likely see me do much back. That's his defense. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna wrap it up here. I'm tired. I can feel it. So I will be back on tomorrow bright and early. Thank you for stopping by, hanging with the Dead Man. The Dead Man Gaming is out. Good night, good night. Good night, brother. Thank you for hanging with me. I'm gonna start streaming early. I'm tired. Not working out. I'm gonna get things accomplished. So I'll get more accomplished when I stream.